Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Everybody's going to have to forgive me because as I try to step into Greg's shoes here, I am really nervous that I'm going to screw this up.
I will help you. Don't worry. We did not prepare for this. So Mandy's going in cold, everybody.
Yeah, I'm nervous.
Whatever you do won't be worse than 2020.
Murder
minutes. Not a truer statement has ever been spoken. All right.
All right, well, it is 9 o'clock. I can't see everybody. Are we missing people still? Ah, there's everyone.
Well, let's see here.
Kathy texted me she's going to be a few minutes late, but she's on her way.
All right, well, welcome everyone. I know that Kathy's going to be a little bit late, but I think we can get started. It is 9 o'clock. So welcome everybody. Happy Juneteenth. I've seen some people in the chat. It's really nice to see everyone. And for some of you, it's also your last day of school, correct? All right. So I know later on in the agenda, we do have a racism and education discussion, but I do think it's important as representatives of all aspects of education on this council that we acknowledge that we have a huge responsibility in working with our youth in creating a more inclusive future. So just, I mean, that's a lot of responsibility, and I'm glad that we have things on the agenda, and it's very important that our role on this council does acknowledge that. So I think at this point it is time for public comment. Did we have anyone?
We have 0 public comment today.
Good. And now it would be time then to review and approve the May minutes. Did anyone have any concerns or questions or correction on the meeting minutes from May?
I can second them.
So is there a motion to approve?
I can make a motion to approve.
Okay, a motion by Jeff. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Marcus, for second. And we do have to do a roll call vote, correct?
Let's do a quick roll call to make sure to see who's here. And then I'm going to do the vote a little bit differently today. I think it'll be easier. So we'll go through roll call. Do you mind if I do it, Mandy, real quick?
Absolutely.
Okay. Zainab.
Morning, I'm here.
Tony.
Hey, I'm here.
Hey, Tony, welcome back. Gigi.
Yeah.
Here. Excuse me, here.
Is Kathy here yet? Okay, so no Kathy in the first vote. Kara.
Yes, I'm here.
Annie is not here. No more Annie. Angela.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Ben.
Here.
Morning. Lisa.
Morning.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Ramon.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here.
Good morning. Ruth.
I'm here. Good morning.
Morning. We know Mandy's here.
Yep.
Greg.
I'm here until 10. Thanks, Mandy.
Marcus.
Here.
And Jeff.
I'm here. Good morning.
Perfect. Good morning. So checking again for Kathy.
I'm here now. Sorry about
Okay.
that, everyone.
No problem. So for the vote, Kathy, there was a motion to approve the May minutes and it was seconded, and that is the vote that's on the table. Do you need a minute before you vote? No. Okay, she's ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to ask Mandy to ask all in favor, do all yays and then all opposed, and record any nays rather than having to go through. If there are no nays, I will assume you all voted yay. We'll also check for abstention. Got it, Mandy?
Yes.
Okay.
At this time, all in favor of approving the May minutes, all in favor say aye.
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 Pigney.
All opposed, nay. And there does not seem to be any nays. So it would, is there any, do I have to ask about abstaining?
Yes, please.
Okay, is there any who abstain from the vote? It sounds like a resounding silence of no.
We did this at my board meeting last week and I thought, oh, that seems a lot easier. We'll do that.
A lot quicker. Okay, so now we have, it's time for our next agenda item is the professional learning for the 2021 academic year. And we have representatives from MSU and U of M who are going to be presenting. So we would welcome Robert Floden and Elizabeth, and I'm not knowing how to pronounce the last name. I'm so sorry.
Moji.
Moji. So thank you so much, Elizabeth Moji and Robert Floden.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting us here. I'm Bob Floden. I'm the Dean of the College of Education at Michigan State University. I see you have some familiar faces on the call here. We were, Elizabeth, who's the Dean at the University of Michigan School of Ed, and I were asked by the governor's office if we would think about what sort of policies, proposals there might be for professional development in the wake of COVID-19. And after talking with the governor's staff, that it seemed, and talking to Greg, it seemed like the best way to get some information into the system, or at least one way, would be to meet with you. I've seen in the paper that there's going to be a roadmap out. It's out around June 30th, around going back to school. And of course, health and safety will be the primary focus of what's in that roadmap. Absolutely right. But in addition to making sure that things are safe, one of the things that's going to be happening is instruction for students. And in a new world that we're facing, there are some things that the governor and we thought that teachers might be interested in learning about. Things like trauma-informed instruction, use of remote tools. And people know some of these things already, but it's really a changed world. So Elizabeth and I are going to contribute to your discussion by telling you of some of the things that come from our world. I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that have come from research on professional development. Elizabeth will talk a little bit about an example of a successful initiative in Michigan. And then Greg invited us to listen to your talk, and maybe you'll invite us to say something at the end. And then I think Elizabeth and I are hoping that something can get written with you or by us that would feed into the be on the table around professional development as we continue to move towards getting back to school in the fall. So I'll just remind us all that professional development is a very complicated area. There are many providers, school districts, higher ed, private companies, many topics, pedagogy, technology, policy, many modes, brief workshops, extended courses, coaching, professional learning communities. And we all know that the quality is highly varied. I can't have a conversation about the professional development with teachers without them saying, well, you know, a lot of the stuff I took really wasn't worth my time. So whatever the recommendations are should be for things that are going to be worthwhile, are going to make a difference. So let me just put on the table a few of the things that have come from research on professional development in the United States. One of those is the particular importance of professional development for new teachers, teachers in their first year, but also in the first few years of teaching. There's strong national evidence that supports for newly credentialed teachers increase the chances that they will stay in the occupation. rather than leave after a few years. And reading the news reports, now is a time when a lot of people are thinking about how long they want to stay in the field. So particularly important to have professional development for the newer teachers. Another thing that comes from the national work is that professional development seldom pays much attention to diverse populations. In national surveys, teachers say they don't have many opportunities to engage in PD that is focused on English language learners, to students with special needs, students from Black students from poverty, and when they do report having such professional development, it sometimes is a standalone thing rather than being connected to instruction in particular areas. And then a few of the features of professional development that make a difference with evidence, national evidence. One is that the work on instructional strategies is specific to the content area, that it's about literacy or about mathematics rather than generic professional development. Another is that it's organized around the actual instructional material that teachers use rather than things that might be used in general, connected to the materials that are being used by teachers. Another is that teachers participate with colleagues from their own school. That's been a particularly important thing in terms of the effectiveness of professional development. And finally, that opportunities for professional development sessions give teachers the opportunity to talk about how what they're learning can be adapted to their local needs. So those are just some of the things that come from research on professional development that you might take into consideration as you're thinking about what you might recommend. And as a final thing, that the amount and the frequency of professional development is not as important as the quality in terms of the difference that it makes for kids. Elizabeth?
Great, thanks, Bob. Bob did a really nice job of capturing many of the key elements of good professional development that I would share. I'll just add a few. Before I do though, I'd like to introduce Darren Stockdale, my colleague at the University of Michigan. Darren, I asked Darren to join because he works at our Center for Education Design, Evaluation, and Research. Former Oakland Schools, I don't know the exact title, Darren. It was something very fancy, but did enormous amounts of professional development with teachers all over Oakland County. And I consider him, just an expert and a great collaborator. And he has been a key collaborator on a model that I think we should consider for a new version or a new kind of professional development in the time of COVID, as I find myself saying repeatedly. So I just add a couple things to what Bob said that I think are captured in this model. One is that and I think Bob said this, but I'm going to use a word that I didn't hear. He said it in other ways, but it needs to be good professional development needs to be sustained. Bob mentioned one-offs, and that is a huge concern that I hear all the time from teachers and experienced as a teacher. Somebody drops in, does some session, and then leaves, and you're left to figure out how to do it on your own, as opposed to professional learning communities being built and actually sustaining the work. I think another piece is that it needs to be compassionate, especially in this time when so many teachers are just feeling incredibly stressed, and it can't be just another demand, another new thing to do. Try out this. So that idea of compassionate professional development, I think, is especially relevant right now. And then the third piece I'd say is that it really needs to be practice-based. So, we use a lot of records of practice so people actually see things that are happening in practice, and also have opportunities to try things in practice. And I think that's one reason that the point about new teachers' professional development in the induction period is so important, because that's that moment where they can actually try things in practice and take, knowledge that they've started to build and make it knowledge in practice. So the example I want to share is the example of the literacy essentials that have been rolled out across the state. Or how many of you are familiar with the literacy essentials work? Looks like it's so hard to see on Zoom, right? But it looks like several of you are. These are essential practices, essential teaching practices from preschool through grade 12 in literacy. They are the result of a massive collaboration. GELN, the General Education Leadership Network of the ISDs, was a major player in this work, but I can't even read all of them to you because it would take more time than we have. But many other groups were involved as well, including the Michigan Department of Education and MESA, to name just a few. The University of Michigan and Michigan State University were also involved. And the way it worked, and this Darren really plays a huge role, is that at each of our institutions, key faculty members, experts in a particular area. So Nell Duke, some of you may know, in early literacy work, led the development of the pre-K through grade 2 essentials. And Nell worked with Tanya Wright from Michigan State University. They made a first draft, and then this went through massive vetting with all different sorts of groups. And Darren may want to say a word about the different kinds of groups that participated, but it was teacher engaged and really, took the time to collaborate, get buy-in, and not simply dump another thing on top of the Michigan state standards or all the other kinds of things that we're all asked to do. So the process went pre-K through 2, then grades 3 through 5, and then 6 through 12. And 6 through 12, Darren and I participated in very closely because that's our area of specialization. That took a really long time because we actually brought content experts in because we did the essentials in the 4 sort of major content areas and worked on all the different ways we talk in different content areas and the different disciplinary standards, and really negotiated, an understanding of how we would build essentials that we would then encourage and teach every teacher to use every day or every unit of instruction. And I think it's a pretty powerful model because it is so collaborative and so attentive to the needs of teachers. It took a long time, though. I think if we were going to try something like that, we'd have to speed it up. But it was, I think, worth the time in the case of the essentials. And now we're in the process of building online modules, working with Michigan Virtual. Those are built out at the, Darren, tell me if I'm right about this, the pre-K through 2nd grade level, but not 3 through 12 yet. So you can see how long it takes. I mean, this is years of work, but thought it was a model worth considering that we might all, put a stamp of approval on as a way to approach some sort of shared professional development activity. Darren, did you want to say anything else about the essentials?
Yeah, I'll just briefly. So the K2 modules, that's where the funding is at. So to be quite frank, the reasons why the upper grades aren't being built out is because there's a lack of funding for that work. It's pretty resource intensive. Very broadly speaking, the network involved is content area referent groups. So like Michigan Council for Social Studies, MSTA, sort of MCTM. Those groups are all at the table. MDEs at the table. MESA and lots of ISD people. And then what's happening is that ISD teams, it's almost like a train the trainer model. ISD teams are building their expertise and then rolling that out at differentiated levels in their districts that they work with, knowing that different districts are differently supported and ready for entry into this work. So it's a really careful and thoughtful process about meeting people where they're at and bringing them into the skill set. And we're now in this COVID pivot where we had begun planning a series of institutes next year, deeper dive institutes, and now we're beginning to shift those into hybrid models and starting with online models for the fall. Yeah, so it's an ongoing developing project, but there's a lot of stakeholders involved.
So that's all I think we have to share. We would love to hear the conversation and whether there's any interest in, trying to work together to make some recommendations to the governor and, to the state.
And I just wanted to add that I also have on the call Brian Beverly, who's the director of my Office of K-12 Outreach, who's worked with a number of the school districts around the state, particularly around reopening.
Good morning, everyone.
So I guess at this time we would need to begin some discussion regarding what this council thinks about professional development in light of what was just presented. So anyone can speak and share their thoughts.
So can I ask a clarifying question from Elizabeth and Bob? So, you mentioned that PD doesn't really work that well when it's kind of a one-off and it's disconnected from everything else. But this fall, we are going to have to do some things that might only apply for 1 year. So would you recommend that to the degree possible, we make a conscious effort to make sure if we're working on an online platform that we connect that to either content or diversity or new teachers? So kind of try and tie these things that might be more alienated to those things you mentioned. Am I making any sense here?
Yeah, that makes sense, Greg. And the one-off is particularly problematic if it's like a half-day workshop that then people go back to school and that's the last you ever hear of it.
And I would add, I'm not completely convinced that our online instructional needs will be only 1 year. I think that we may see the need for continued remote instruction, for being able to pivot quickly to remote, for doing more hybrids. I think we'll see a demand for that. And I can tell you a number of entities are already trying to build up the possibilities for online instruction. And so I think what would be interesting is to figure out how we, support brick and mortar in-person instruction doing some sort of hybrid really well, in powerful ways, and, not seeing it as something that's going away. On whether we think that's unfortunate or fortunate, I don't think it's going away. The other piece is the trauma-informed work. We have so much demand for that now, and we had so much demand before COVID. So that is another piece that could be really useful and sustained.
So one thought I had, I was in a health department meeting yesterday, and an aspect that I should have thought of but didn't. They were talking about the amount of quarantine a student may have to face if their parent is asymptomatic. So not only do you have to do the 14 days, you have to do 14 days after their last 10th day if they're quarantining at home. So an individual student could be missing 24 days. I mean, yes, weekends, but that's an enormous amount of instructional time that's going to be completely random through the year. So not even just the thought of, are we in face-to-face or are we not, but all the individuals that may have to miss extended amounts of time is going to need some instruction.
And I'll just add to that, one thing we're worrying about on campus is if an individual needs to be quarantined, does everyone else in the class also need to be quarantined? So is it multiple kids, and what are the timeframes for them?
I just want to say I did go to the trauma-informed professional development already this year, and I did think it was very helpful, and I do think that that's very useful. But I also want to say that in my experience with what we have been going through, that pushing the blended learning classroom. I mean, I've had a blended classroom for a long time. I mean, I have Moodle, but the face-to-face interaction is where I can actually educate my kids. And it's like, I don't think that we should fall down this slope just because of what happened with COVID. I think we should be prepared, but I think we need to be vigilant about making sure that we are meeting our children face to face and that we are with them every single day, because that is going to make a huge difference. I noticed a huge disengagement with my own students, and then with my children as well, with their teachers and with their learning. And so we really need to be vigilant about making sure that we have brick and mortar schools and that we are meeting with them every single day. And I know, like, okay, during a traumatizing time, we need to make do with what we have. And I think that we did an okay job. But I disagree with a lot of this going to like Michigan, virtual school and all of that. I did do the training for Michigan virtual school too a number of years ago. And, I'm all about Moodle. I'm all about, going on to Google Classroom and everything like that, but it's not going to educate our children as far as like literacy is concerned. And as far as math is concerned, it's not going to be as effective. I just wanted to put that out there.
And then just as a special education educator, everything Ruth just said times 10, because there is, especially we're a center-based district, and we have SXI students and a wide variety of different impairments and disabilities. And there is the online doesn't reach 5% of what it is that we're actually providing in the brick and mortar, because so much of what we do is about that physical presence, and whether it's hand over hand or job training with our older students, with the younger students, it's walking them through their day, through their schedule. Online doesn't provide anywhere near what special education students actually need. And as far as the PD, I had talked to some administrators and some different staff within our district. And one of the biggest things that comes out for us is that in our district, and I'm sure many other districts, we don't have shortened days. Our PDs are specific throughout the year. And almost all of our PDs are done together, all as a group or in bigger groups. With social distancing and all that, they're very concerned about how that's going to look. And we also all have to be trained in CPI throughout the year. And how is that going to look? Because a big part of CPI training is about being together and going through all of those things. So I think the key word is flexibility. I think that a lot of these entities have to understand that there needs to be some good, hard conversations, in-depth conversations, and flexibility needs to be, it needs to be very flexible, whether it's for the short term or in the long term, but definitely in the short term, there needs to be a lot of flexibility within all of these kinds of things. And especially for teachers that have to get their sketchies and that depend on the district and their PD, if they're limited in what they can do in the physical buildings, then why can't they, like my wife's an OT, she goes online and does she submits it, goes through, does her continuing education, submits it back, and then she gets credited for that. So maybe that needs to be expanded, or districts need to allow for more of those kinds of things. So just my thoughts, but special education, particularly Ruth, everything you said times 10, because there's no way that special education students are getting all of the service. I mean, just think about the OT, the speech, and PT that they're missing out on, and CTE students. What about the all of those programs? So, all right, I'm done. Sorry.
That's fine. If we're looking at the notes that Leah is working on, we have kind of the broad strokes of what was presented. I know there were other people who said that they took other notes, and this is maybe a good place to start. And then maybe we need to talk about our input on what we have experienced with professional development and seeing as needs. And the other aspect might be topics. I mean, we mentioned the trauma-based, and there's going to be a lot of distance learning education, because while some people are very familiar, I mean, Ruth talked about her Moodle classroom. I know our DKK teachers struggled a great amount about how to do distance learning with our littles. So not everybody's in the same boat with how they do technology and what's applicable. Jeff, what you're saying about CTE and special education with distance learning, there's a lot more challenges that I don't know that we had ever thought about how to do those services. So is there anything in the overall recommendations with our guest speakers that we missed on the professional development recommendations?
Well, I just
want to.
Go ahead, Mark.
I was going to mention a few things. I'd like to thank Darren and Bob and Elizabeth and Brian for all being here today. Fortunately, I have been a player on the early literacy task force since the inception of the work that was done around the literacy essentials, and now also partnering with us are the math groups from across the state, and they're doing some really intentional focus around math practices. But I want to repeat what all of them said today, in that the power of the work has been really intentional. It's been really focused. It's been a lot of thought leaders from across the state coming together, including our powerhouse research institutes, really looking at what are those few things that we can do every day with every child to move everyone along. Because unfortunately, in the last 8 to 10 years, we've had some really big hits in our state, particularly in scores, but just with student performance and student achievement, no matter what scores you look at. Even just the teacher scores that we use, the formative assessments that we use in our classrooms. And there's been some real big concern. But I want to bring another piece to this, and maybe the folks that are here today can mention a little bit. We still have ongoing concern about bringing that teacher work married together with our administrator work. And one of the fears we have is we do have a considerable amount of administrator turnover, and we will continue to have that. And we need to have that energy harnessed around how do we get the leaders of our schools together to have these really important conversations, to be really well-versed in research so that they're making sound decisions when they're looking at programming and curriculum. And so just thinking about that and knowing that we have a really great opportunity with our ISDs to partner with them, just like the work we've done here. Our colleges, our organizations in the state, and our ISDs have all rode right alongside of each other, step by step, moving this work forward. So I think we need to focus on that too, and we can bring in these other elements. I also want to just mention that I've been following real closely the newspapers this past week. I know we have 3 districts in our county that have just announced they are going to offer virtual school and face-to-face school in the fall if it's allowed. So I think we need to think about that also as an opportunity of what will professional learning look like for teachers that are going to need to do both simultaneously. So just a few comments on that work.
And this is Leah. I'm going to need some support on what you want me to record or not record based on these recommendations. So Mandy, I'm going to count on you to help with the facilitation of that.
Okay, so let's start with, in the overall recommendations, is there anything from our presenters that we missed on their recommendation about what professional development should be? I know Bob just shared a PowerPoint that has some key facts. So Leah, if that's a help.
I think there are quite a few people who didn't have a voice here who want to say some things. So I think that there are some more things that people need.
Absolutely. I think all of us are probably going to have some comment. I know, Marcus, I can see you as well. So why don't we go through that? Eventually, though, I think what Lee's trying to get us to do is get to our recommendations as well. But Marcus, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in too. And a lot of this, just to be transparent, is context. Today was our last day of school, but Thursday we had a mandatory PD on a subject matter that was like heavy on TikTok. So you can just imagine how that went down. In the nature of the context of how we're doing things right now, everything is like distant learning and on screen. And so the staff wasn't really, they couldn't really like stomach that addition to it, well, the other process that was going on. So I was just trying to dig up the PD that I've went through since March the 13th, and I just printed it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I couldn't find the 4 other ones because I'm not really that neat of a person, but that's just a small context of what's going on with teachers in addition to presenting online in a new environment. So you got to factor that in if you want this program to be successful. Where are the teachers at? Where are the educators at? How would this be received by them? Because personally, I'm not feeling any of this.
I'd like to make just a couple points here. I think back to what Ruth and Jeff had mentioned, flexibility and the brick and mortar, the face-to-face. I think one of the things that I'm appreciating from a lot of different resources, and I know that I want to be able to take advantage of this from Michigan State and from the U of M, are the opportunities as an educator to see different opportunities and options for us to pick and choose from. Some people like Moodle, some people like Google Classroom, some people like Padlet, some people have creative ways of running a Kahoot for fun. So I've really appreciated the ability to pick and choose and have all these new really cool resources to learn from. And I think just like, not one snowflake is alike, not one teacher is alike. And so to have lots of flexibility and resource options, I think that's really important. I think every classroom teacher in this group right now can attest that we have over the last 3 months have gotten a ton of stuff in our emails about, hey, try this, hey, we're here to help kind of thing. So I just wanted to say, I'm looking forward to more of that from MSU and U of M. And the second point I'd like to make is back to what Marcus said about context. Yeah, that's really important. To be honest with you, I feel very, very hopeful and confident in the future of education. I feel like COVID is maybe going to open some doors towards reform. But one of the things that I think MSU and U of M would be very, very vital as being a part of is the community outreach aspect of it. And one of the things that I'm grieving right now is the fact that I haven't been able to process what's been going on socially in our country with the tragedy and the demonstrations and the outcry for justice and things like that. It's something that just, it's an unfinished chapter that I think a lot of us are grieving over as teachers and as students. And I think, I know for a fact I've been involved with a lot of MSU stuff that's been very, very integral in the community. And I'm hoping that that is part of the outlook, and how can we educate and unify our communities in topics like systemic racism. I think there's a lot of people out there that don't really understand that, and I don't know if a public school teacher has the capacity to cover that. I think oftentimes a public school teacher speaks and not much gets listened to or really absorbed. But at the same time, I like to think that what we say really makes an impact. But I would love to see a major contribution from our universities and colleges to really work with our communities on education and transparency and looking at empathy and understanding and compassion and being able to swallow that pill of, let's take a look at this different perspective. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a town hall. And I know if MSU and U of M speak, people are going to listen and people are going to come out. I think people will come out more for MSU and U of M than they would for Ingham ISD, to be honest with you. And so I feel like our large universities have a tremendous opportunity here to impact the community in ways that we haven't seen yet, and in ways that our country is in more need than ever. before. So I really appreciate the presence of MSU and U of M here today. Thank you for being here.
So if I'm understanding and I'm looking at the notes, I'd like to reflect in our overall recommendations some of the things that have come up in this last conversation, but I don't want to get it wrong. So I know that we talked about, and I started taking some notes. There was talk about teachers needing choice in their professional development, and that could be an overall recommendation, that we all have varied experiences and needs, and we need choice and options so that we're not just getting training we've already had before, because that's very frustrating, and we all have different needs. So that's one aspect. So we had another one was, Marcus, we heard you very clearly. I mean, that's completely overwhelming, the amount and the volume of PD. And I had a follow-up question. How much of that was relevant to what you needed as a teacher? Oh, Marcus, you're muted, I think.
I am over my, this is my head, and that's the ceiling. So it was over my head.
So we do have to listen to teachers about what they need and not just throw an enormous amount of, we are working in ways we've never worked before. We need to be able to not just be inundated with tons of PD when we're still figuring out how we're doing our jobs. So maybe we need to just listen to the voice of teachers of how they're feeling and what PD they may need. Would that sum up kind of what you were saying, Marcus? Okay. Another tag on of that might be, was there a long-term plan that united all of those different PDs for you, Marcus?
See, the context is ever so disjointed by the nature of what we had to do. We were doing something that was never done before. So that was changing and evolving. The only good takeaway from the whole process was teachers were just, I guess you call them the POCs. Those were the teachers that you were already bonded with, and we problem solved and we got it done. So we took the PD throughout what wasn't relevant, then had to recrystallize it for our success of ourselves and for our students. And sometimes we had the freedom to do that. So we had that relationship already formed. PD too often is generic, and it's like it's being transmitted from like someone from a different planet in the context of what you're doing in your school and in your classroom and with your students. If you can like, if it had like a more grassroots aspect to it, to me, that's like more successful in the long duration of the PD for the most of the staff that I work with.
I do think also, Lisa, you spoke about the administrative turnover and the professional development of allowing them to communicate with each other. Did that sum up some of what you said, Lisa?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some importance of them communicating with each other, mentoring opportunities, those type of things, but also as a whole team, right? A lot of the work we've done with the Early Literacy Task Force in our universities is bringing a community mindset to the professional learning, right? So having your administrator there, making informed decisions with teachers, with support staff, and moving everybody along so that the whole ship is moving in the same direction. And, you know, it's a lot of the coaching work, right? So also having some opportunities for some of those practices for things to happen, taking little chunks of things, going and implementing or really studying them, then coming back and discussing them, talking about what went well, what didn't go well. It's that whole sustainability piece that Bob and Elizabeth had mentioned earlier. And I get real nervous when I hear, like in Marcus's instance, I'm afraid that those things are happening all over the place, that we're just filling the calendar or we're doing things that don't have some type of depth or sustainability. You know, one or two focus things, and they had mentioned it today, it's not the amount or the frequency as much as the quality, right? Having a few quality things and moving them forward. And just hearing teachers and listening to teachers and educators over the last couple months, we have some priorities. The trauma piece is a priority. I love the piece around the community aspect that Ben mentioned. And then we also have some technology pieces, because that may be our reality, whether it be blended or having to go back to technology at some point. Those are obviously, some immediate needs.
I would also point out, I've been, when I was a teacher, I was in a lower socioeconomic status area, and we were taken over. We were a priority school, and all of the professional development was canned, overwhelming, just thrown. So I do wonder systemically if we treat our lowest performing schools by just dumping PD on them, that doesn't help. And that's making more divisive areas of our gaps of quality instruction. So I wonder if a recommendation would be looking at the quality of our PD in our lower performing schools and seeing whether it is relevant to the experience in improving instruction.
Mandy, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to excuse myself soon. So I just wanted to get a couple of comments in.
Yep,
Sorry.
absolutely.
I am so with my teacher comrades here. I haven't been to relevant professional development in years, since I was a new teacher, to be honest. So I do think one thing, and I don't know if we'd want to put this in the overall recommendations, but I've seen a shift in my district from professional development being led by teachers in the district to big consulting companies we pay to come in with these generic PDs. And I think that has led to a lack of relevancy. And then also, I know everybody here will probably agree with me. Since we've gone virtual, I'm just to give context to the people who don't understand the districts we're from. I'm from a low socioeconomic district with a large number of English language learners, and it's a very large district. So we really struggled with the technology aspect because a lot of our kids don't have access to technology. They just don't, or culturally we have large families in our district, so they're sharing technology among many students. So what I found my colleagues and I were experiencing was we just didn't have hours. We were just available all the time, and there was no stopping our work. And so I just wonder, it's a big question here, I don't know if it's an MDE question or what, if there's flexibility in what's required, because at this point, even when the school day is done, I mean, the school day meant nothing. You're right, the hours of the school day meant nothing. We were answering kids on Remind, on email, on our blogs, on Google Classroom all the time. And this is going to continue if we're hybrid or online next year, particularly for those of us who work in districts with really needy children. So I just think we should keep that in mind when we're talking about how much professional development we're going to require, because honestly, and I'm feeling Marcus today, I'm always feeling what Marcus has to say, but today especially, like I'm not in a place where I'm going to waste my time anymore as a teacher. And I'm sorry, our union, our DFT, Dearborn Federation of Teachers, they've done surveys on these things. Nobody is in a state of mind where we're willing to waste time anymore. We're kind of over it. I'm sorry to sound negative, but maybe, the relevancy piece, the flexibility piece, and in terms of maybe being led by teachers in the district, if possible.
And I'm looking at the chat right now, and there seems to be a potential topical recommendation that we as educators may need some help on how to balance that work life. Because I know that we talked a lot in our district about, you need to limit your time, you get your family time, this is too overwhelming, you can stop. And it's hard, we're service oriented. So we want to help everyone. So that might be one of our topical recommendations that we may need as staff members coming back. I did have a thought, because I was thinking about Jeff here. In our overall recommendations, we're talking a lot about teachers. And as
I was going to say that.
See, I'm thinking.
I was waiting my turn.
So no, I was thinking it, and we may want to put in there, educational staff, because we have a lot more than teachers that need to be able to be collaborative. So our paraprofessionals, librarians, everybody, we all help support kids. So we may want to change some of that language. But I'll
Mandy,
let Jeff
what
talk.
was, Mandy, just sorry, 1 second, Jeff. What was the topical recommendation you said is in the chat that you want me to add? Because I'm looking at the chat and I don't see it.
Oh, sorry. It was how to help educational staff manage a work-life balance when working remotely.
And after Jeff speaks, I would like to give the librarian perspective. But Jeff, you first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for saying that, because that's exactly what I wanted to add in. And two, I think that we need to think about, not all paraprofessionals are even allowed to be part of the PD. From paraprofessionals I've talked to around the state, there are some PDs that are offered, they're after school and they're not even paid. So that in some instances, that's what's happening. And I personally don't think that's right. I think that as paraprofessionals, we're integral to the students' school day and what they are able to accomplish, and we're very integral to these districts, and they should be part of those PD days. I don't see how it's a negative thing for a paraprofessional to sit in on a PD and on updates on IEPs or whatever, knowing that process and how they can help out and how they can fit in. Those are all good things for everybody that's involved, because parapros aren't always invited to the IEP meetings, even though they're working with those students, very intensely throughout the day. So I definitely think that paraprofessionals should be part of all PDs. And I did want to add, I just saw in the chat school counselors, but I would say social workers are going to be very big, especially within the trauma that we're talking about with our students. I think having social workers and probably nurses for any of the districts that still have nurses. I know they're pretty antiquated right now, but nurses need to be part of these things too, because especially in COVID, they're going to be pretty integral to these kinds of things too. So thanks again, Mandy, for thinking of us. I appreciate it.
Then Gigi, I think you were in line.
This will be extemporaneous, and I really prefer to put my thoughts in writing and then speak, but off the cuff. Throughout the 2.5, 3 months of schools being closed, I functioned as a virtual librarian. I collaborated with teachers. I was one-on-one with students via email, via Zoom. I continued to provide services in the online environment. I also taught an information literacy course via Moodle. I was involved in the back to school planning, both from an instructional committee standpoint and from a technology. I prepared a back to school presentation workshop on how to get teachers acclimated to the upcoming blended year. I was abruptly notified of my termination as librarian for the Lakeview District this 2 days ago. I offered to at least maintain a virtual library insofar as the physical library would be shut down, and that request has not been acted upon. I am inquiring about the guidelines for using CARES money to create positions that can be funded at least for the upcoming year. And there was put on the table a possibility that Margaret Lincoln, who was completing 47 years with the Lakeview District and had no intention of retiring until 2023, which corresponds to my completion of the term on this council, that there would be a position carved out for me, I believe, monitoring the students who would be engaged in the virtual academy. And of course, that is outsourced to Edgenuity. So I realize that this meeting is not necessarily the right place for me to spill all that. and it does not need to go into the minutes. It does not need to go into our recommendations. However, along with the giving voice to the importance of counselors, to paraprofessional support, nurses, and the other key figures that Jeff has just mentioned and others of you have mentioned in the chat, please do point out the role that librarians can continue to play on the days that we are physically in school, and certainly 24/7 via the online environment.
Gigi, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Final word hasn't been written yet, so we'll see. There might be a good outcome.
Sorry, I'm still processing, Gigi. There's nothing to say that makes that better.
No, we love you, Gigi. We love you.
Okay, so just because I'm also trying to be mindful of time, and we have until 10:30 on this topic, and we haven't really gotten to, Leah, you're great. You are putting all this stuff on there as we're just, you can tell.
Kelly's helping too. It's two of us trying to capture your words, and feel free to, change. I'm trying to capture them, but I also don't want to put words in the mouth of the committee, so.
And I will just trying to make sure that we're getting onto our topical recommendations. You can tell that we as educators also have a lot of emotion about what's going on with our positions and what's going on with education, and the fears and the changes and the communication and how do we care for our kids. So I do think we're going to need to put on those topical recommendations, everything that we're feeling. We're talking about trauma informed for our kids. What about for us? I mean, I definitely have staff members that are scared to come back to school, that are scared to service their kids, or scared they're not doing enough. I don't know what, maybe it goes into that work-life balance, but I'm starting to think it needs to be more than that. How are we managing stress?
Mandy?
Yeah.
I have paraprofessionals right now that are afraid of their job. I know one district just terminated 12 parapros due to budget concerns. I know of 2 other districts that are looking at terminating. I don't understand the termination, because they why wouldn't they furlough or lay them off? But no, they're being terminated. And I represent over 300 paraprofessionals in our district. Our district, I feel like we're pretty safe because of the students that we service, but the paraprofessionals or support staff in general across the state, if these budget cuts are as severe, they're going to have to make these kinds of decisions. And I'm not demonizing these districts, but paraprofessionals are going to be one of the first people to go, because custodians are going to be needed to sanitize everything. Secretaries are doing all the amazing work that they're doing, right? And that's where paraprofessionals are. I talk to paras every day, at least 2 or 3 every single day, that are really, really nervous about their employment. And just for a multitude of reasons, but it always comes back to money. And there was just an article today that there's in the Senate, they're trying to block. They're with a bill, I think it's 627 or something like that, where they don't want our state to take federal money, even if it's available.
Ramont, you can see in the chat, did you want to speak for a bit about some of your suggestions? Because I know we haven't, I'm not seeing everybody on the chat who needs to speak. So Ramont, did you want to talk?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mandy. I just wanted to say, as part of the topics, I would like to suggest that we include culturally relevant pedagogy, instruction, leadership, given what Ben mentioned and what our country is currently going through. And in light of what we have on the agenda today, I think that would be appropriate. I would also like to say that I agree with everything that everyone has said thus far. We have experienced many of those things in our district with our employees, and are making adjustments to our PD so that it's relevant. We've adjusted our calendars. I think we need to talk about calendars. One of our impediments to that was adjusting every employee group's calendar so that they align, so that when we have PD days, every employee group participates in that PD. So it's across the district. And that our PDs are tied to a plan, either short-term or long-term, and that they're developed by the employees because they are the ones that have to practice and implement the PD, and that there has to be built-in checks, progress monitoring, so to speak, with that PD to see how effective it's being and to see if it's having an impact on what we intended to have an impact on. And so I think all of those, I think everyone has spoke to that as we've had the comments. And so those are just some things that I wanted to add.
Those are really good points. Thank you. If we're going to some of the topical recommendations, I guess one of my questions with all of the PD we've had, what has been really good PD that you've experienced? Like for me, I loved reading apprenticeship. It was very applicable to the classroom and I thought it was just good instructional practice. But what is good ones that you've experienced?
I mean, personally, the best ones that I've experienced were the ones that were like teacher based. Like if we had the teacher that was the tech guru and they breathed it, they lived it, they presented it in such a way that was so dynamic. I was like, damn, that's what I'm doing wrong. So, and then they had that relationship. They said, no, you need to do this, Walton, and it's right there. If I'm getting it from Alpha Centauri, it's not gonna connect for me, and for other teachers too. So I had a conversation just yesterday with the teacher. I'm like, when you presented the blended learning 5 years ago, I'm still using what the overheads and the materials that you gave me. It was just so much. It was relevant to what we were doing. So those were some of the best ones that I still use. The ones that were from the folks that were like could identify with the population that they taught or the peers. It was peer centered.
So in the professional development overall recommendations, it's important that we are listening to our peers and there's an element of passion that they care about what they're presenting.
Well, can I add something, Mandy?
Yeah.
I think what we need to acknowledge, and I think what we don't do a lot as a profession, as educators, and it doesn't matter what position you hold in the profession. Oftentimes our profession is a lot about practice. We're organic, and I appreciate, a lot of what our higher ed colleagues bring in terms of theory and how they help us in terms of research and theory. But we have to take that and we have to practice that and apply that. And so oftentimes I don't think we acknowledge the skill level we have as educators and what it takes to actually apply that theory. And so oftentimes the educators become the actual experts, and we don't recognize that in our profession, and we don't use that. And I think we have to do that more. Teachers, parapros, social workers, counselors, they are the experts in this profession because they're applying that practically every day, and they can tell you the impact that it's having on learning and on kids. And so I think we need to acknowledge that as we're doing this planning.
I think that's an important point. How many times have you sat in a professional development and whoever's presenting in the back of your head, you're going, why are you telling me about how I'm supposed to teach my kids or support my students? So we need to put into then the professional development overall recommendation that we need that peer-based professional development is let's see, how do we say that? I'm seeing collaborative, relevant, quality. I guess number 6, developed by those who are expected to engage in the professional learning and presented by our colleagues. Like maybe it's a standalone statement that we are our own content experts and should be considered.
I just think with professional development, you need to take the corporate influence out of it, you know, most of the time. And I mean, if there's somebody who is an expert in something, and especially somebody that we work with closely, I think that that is always more effective than just somebody coming from the outside who maybe has never really been an educator, who is maybe just like a writer or a publisher, or, you know, someone who works for a tech company. I think that when we get corporate people involved in professional development, it's not going to be as effective, because they don't know what it's like in the classroom as much as we do.
Yeah, Mandy, I think
Can I just piggyback on what Ruth just said? I think you're right about having experts that don't know about being in schools, but I also just want to point out that teachers are not experts in everything. I would not feel comfortable with someone from my own school teaching me about social justice and anti-racism, because I don't see them as experts. Maybe someday somebody might be. So I think in some specific areas, we do want experts from outside of the school to come in and present that. Sometimes having your friends and colleagues present to you is wonderful, and other times it isn't. And so I think there is a place for outside groups to be able to come in. We've had a woman come in, she's a social worker, and she knows all about trauma-informed schools, and she knows all about social emotional learning. And she was really helpful at the beginning, but now I feel like, okay, I've heard all from her. Now I need to hear from some teachers who actually practice this. So I think there is a balance that we need to just maybe acknowledge. That I love when teachers are able to share their knowledge during PD sessions, but there are experts out there that know a lot more than we do about really important things, especially anti-justice or anti-racism work and anti-bias. So just to keep it in mind.
No, I'm just saying anti-corporate. That's what I was saying.
Like, yeah, and I agree. I'm just adding to what you're saying.
From like universities coming in, I think that that's a great idea. You know, other people who are, you know, experts in the field, of course, bring those people in. I'm just saying anti-corporate.
Well, I'd like to agree with both Ruth and Kara, to be honest with you. And Mandy, I like your use of term peers and colleagues. I really do, because I think as educators, we're about the toughest audience there is in PD, right? And especially a group of teachers. And I like the idea of a teacher that's an expert in the field, traveling the country and speaking, kind of like what you've done, Kara. You're a tremendous resource for all of us here in Michigan. And so I love the idea of peers and colleagues. But back to what Kara said, absolutely. I think the best anti-systematic PD my staff could get would be a presentation from Black Lives Matter, from people only from Black Lives Matter. I just think that's the group that needs to do this in that particular context. So I agree both with Ruth and Kara on that. But Mandy, I like peers and I like colleagues. I think that's good jargon.
Can I just add to that? Who are the best experts? How about our students presenting and telling us about their experiences? And parents in special ed, there is nothing more powerful than hearing from a special ed parent and what their home life and what they go through on a daily basis with their special needs student, and any of the obstacles that they've run into, how they see education. They're the experts. I sent Lisa and Gigi about a month ago a video of a student performing her poetry, and it was very powerful. It was very, very powerful. Having those kinds of experiences as a staff, as part of a PD, can be very altering, very changing to us, to actually give to allow for parents or even now, I'm sorry, I'm special ed. I've only always worked in special ed, but having group homes come in and talk about what they're doing and workshops. But I just believe that parents and students could have a real nice avenue or a platform to speak and present the way that they see things as well. Because like Ben just said, and others have said, you know, sometimes as teachers, we're in our own world. And I think that it could be very powerful to have that world expanded and hearing as a group, as you know, as a PD group, hearing what their thoughts are, especially from parents in special ed. I think that does a lot of changing. I worked as a home care with many students over the years. My second, or even at one time my third job, I did almost 30 hours a week in different homes. That changed my perspective immensely. Just planning, going to a restaurant. You know, at school, we do things and, you know, we do them as a group, but at home, just planning, going to a restaurant or going to buy shoes for their son or daughter, it changes you. It changes you, you know? So anyways, that's me.
If we're looking at the document right now, do we want to, I know we've spent a lot of time on what we think professional development should be in our recommendations. Do we want to do more on the topical recommendations? Come on, we all have to have some opinions about what we want to learn about. Or maybe we're overwhelmed and we don't want any more.
Going back to some of the general points, and this is obvious, I'm sure, but less is more, not trying to cover the whole gamut within a 4-hour time block. The importance of hands-on, and do we need to differentiate between PD that will be delivered in the traditional setting versus some of the online training that we are likely to be having as the year unfolds? And, you know, I agree with Marcus, 99% of what he was obliged to go through did not fulfill important needs. I experienced a few, you know, successes in this last couple of months of PD, and was really impressed with the use of breakout rooms for PD, and the fact that everything was online and you were learning as you were going along. It did work.
So I'm looking in the chat. I've seen two different things. Ruth, I mean, we could say non-corporate, but I don't know how everyone feels about that. You know, I would think most of us would think that. And then the other aspect, when I'm looking at the reflection of what Jeff said, and then looking at how can we make that part about understanding student lives at home and the gaps that happen there, I wonder if that can be a topical recommendation. Because I do think there is a lack of understanding about what the lives of our students are like at home, and especially during the virtual aspect of distance learning. I heard a lot of frustrated teachers going, well, why aren't they just logging in? And we were trying to explain, well, not everybody has internet. Some people are sharing like one tablet, or they're trying to interact on a phone. I mean, there's just a lot that we don't think about our kids and their lives. Corporate light, that's cute.
I would just like to add to what you just said. With special education students, some of our students have very profound physical disabilities. So manipulating that device is not an option. You know, their parent or their caregiver is operating that. So they're, you know, again, sorry to bring up special ed all the time, but that's why I'm here. But yeah, in special ed, we have students that have profound physical disabilities, and manipulating a device, and hopefully, if they don't have, they might have the first problem of not even having connectability. But the second problem could be their actual disability does not allow them to interact in that manner.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I totally agree with what you're saying, Jeff. And then a step further from that is we don't know what's going on in those students' lives at home. So they might have internet or connectivity or technology, but they also might be teaching their younger siblings and cleaning and cooking, and school is just a competing responsibility for them at home. So that was part of everything, like what all you were saying. That was a huge part of what I was trying to help teachers with these last few months. Because as a teacher, I totally understand trying to hold students to the same high standards as always, but there's just such a different environment now. So I think that is really a relevant topic to include in our list.
We've talked a lot about what people are experiencing during this time. Do we want to put some trauma-based practices under our topical information, our topical recommendations? It seems like a no-brainer, but I don't think we've actually said it yet. I know that, I mean, there's no question that all of our kids, if we're back face-to-face, have had such a strange, weird experience that there's going to be a lot we're going to have to do to help them unpack emotionally before they can access their education.
I would agree with that. Absolutely.
And I think adding language there with trauma would help to facilitate number 7, culturally relevant pedagogy and leadership.
I wonder if we want to have, considering also that we're going to be going up to a significantly charged election cycle, if we're going to have some conversation with teachers about how to handle divisive conversations that are going to happen in classrooms, regardless of age. It's going to be interesting. Those skills are not something you get in your new teacher academy when having politically charged conversations in your class. That's just a thought of mine. I could be crazy.
Well, one of the things that I actually had one of my former students, I went to the University of Michigan and she went there as well. And we've had this close connection. I mean, she's like, I don't know, 28 now or something like that. But she actually reached out to me during this Black Lives Matter campaign and you know, I mean, all of the stuff that's been going on. And she's like, can you start to implement more racial justice education in the school? Can you try to like do this? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Let's work on this. Like, I'm going to do it. And she's going to help me. She lives in Detroit now. I went to go visit her like last time I was down there before COVID, but she felt that she did not get the proper education about race before she graduated. She's a white female. She is, you know, I mean, you know, homosexual, but like, you know, all of these things that she didn't realize about the world until she got to Ann Arbor. And then she got there and she was like, Mrs. Reinanen, like you were the only one that was like there for me. And, you know, how do we do this where we can teach history, like history about like movements, you know, and you know, just you know, all of the struggles that that we have gone through with race in the United States historically. Like she felt that it was a blank part in her education. She felt like it was kind of an injustice because she was like, I didn't realize that. And she knows that her peers didn't get that either. And so, I mean, it is something that we need to work on for sure. Like, and I think that should be a huge part of the professional development if we're talking about topics.
Marcus gave a really impassioned speech. I don't want to put you on the spot here, Marcus, but Marcus gave a really impassioned speech last week at an AFT Zoom meeting. And the one of the points that he brought up was, I thought was so on point is, you know, when Black history is being taught, you know, we hear about the same 3 people over and over and over again. And that's what's taught. And I think that's what you're talking about, Ruth. It's not expanded upon. It's a very tiny subject that's taught about. You hear about Malcolm X and you hear about Martin Luther King, and that's about where it ends, you know, and that's it. And that's what gets recycled over and over again. So people's actually knowledge of the full swath of Black history isn't what's being taught. So I think a lot of students, even if they go on to college, they're still very limited, and unless they're an actual Black person and it's talked about in their home and they learn it at home, it's not expanded upon in school. You know, the full history of Black people in the United States. So, did I get that right, Marcus?
I'd like to kind of piggyback on that. Mandy, you asked a little while ago what was some of the best professional development we ever had. I really thought about this. When I first started teaching 18 years ago, our superintendent was very big on social justice. In order to teach in our district, we all had to attend the Institute for Healing Racism. So all new hires had to do this. And it was powerful to sit in a room as a person of color and to have open conversations with the people I would be starting to work with. I'm sure there's plenty of organizations now that are doing things like this, but something like that where, because so many, at least where I work, you know, we're on the shores of Lake Michigan, so we're a poor district sitting among multi-million-dollar houses. And so the idea of that a lot of our teachers, they drive from 30 minutes away from their nice little suburb white neighborhoods, and they drive into the city and teach the poor kids. And that's pretty much what we were. And the idea of opening up direct communication between us about race and our thoughts on race, and especially listening to other people's points of view. But it was, I want to say, like a 6-week training. We went once a week, every week. And also a lot of the professional development we received about poverty. I remember sitting in a room, it was later on in my career, but there was this poverty checklist, and it was like, had you ever, and we had to do this checklist. And because I grew up a poor kid and many of my colleagues did not, our checklists were vastly different. And opening up direct communication in between people of color and in between people of different socioeconomic status, I think those were the two professional developments that I think were beneficial to me. I know it's not curriculum, but directly affects the way that we teach.
So underneath culturally relevant pedagogy, a lot of what's being discussed is being added. Are there other things that we want to put in that area, or do we want a separate category for just social justice professional development?
I think social justice is stronger language and more specific. So I would like to see that as a separate category.
Now, I am aware that as we're looking at the professional development, a lot of it is dealing with a more socio-emotional and cultural. We don't have a ton on here that is academically intervention. I'm fine with that because I think we're dealing with sometimes you can't get to the instruction unless we do this work. But is there areas that we also want to focus professional development? Anything on instructional practice?
This is Kara. I do think it might be helpful to add something about assessment in an online world, trying to figure out the best ways to formatively assess, summatively assess, how to grade stuff, like the difference between letter, something like that. Because I know a lot of people struggled. I know some of that was because of the credit, no credit thing. But just maybe that, I think that might be part of our recommendation, is looking at online assessment.
Do we also want to broaden it, assessment / feedback potentially?
Yeah, sure. I think that's a good kind of overall way to encompass it. To go back to the conversation we were having too about culturally relevant pedagogy, social justice, all that. What I've noticed is that when districts or schools do social emotional learning or trauma-informed practice, they leave out the effect of race. They leave out the effects on LGBTQ kids, and they just talk like generally about trauma. So I do think it's important to name race and gender and sexual orientation.
Oh, Kara, I think you froze.
My Wi-Fi has been so good all morning, and then it just
That's why I
hangs
love
out on me.
technology. I just love it.
Right? I love it. But I don't know where it cut off, but I just think it's important to name those things, because sometimes when we don't name them, we ignore them. When we don't name, race is an issue. Race is something that affects kids, and it affects the way that teachers treat kids. If we don't name it, then it's easy to pretend it's not there and just talk in like general terms. So
we need to, I just want to have you all help me, because when we start listing things, the minute we leave out something causes harm and causes problems. And I am for sure certain I have not listed all the things, and I'm not sure how to get there, but that's something we need to be mindful of.
Okay.
So would it be better to have a statement that says, you know, looking at all diverse areas of our population so that it's broader? I know I'm reaching back to some subcommittee work prior when we talked about how we need to recruit more educators, and specifically minority educators. Do we want to look at the idea that right now we are so disproportionately white, whether we need education on white privilege for our existing educational staff?
I mean, it's necessary. At the end of the day, these are just going to be recommendations. And if districts don't want to do it, I don't think anyone can force them to, but waking people up to the world that they have been living in is hard work, but it's important work. But yeah, I think we have a chance to say what's important here and to actually put it into our recommendations, that we should consider that.
And I'm just wondering, I want to make sure everybody's voice is heard. So is there anyone who hasn't spoken right now about some of their ideas for professional development that needs some airtime? It's really hard to do airtime on Zoom, I'm just saying.
Yeah, personally, I'm feeling like this could be the heaviest conversation we've had in GAC. It's been very rich, but I am kind of wondering where we go from here.
And I'd like to thank Greg for not being here during the heaviest conversation that I was not prepared to run. So I just want to say how much I appreciate this team for being very respectful of people's thoughts and minds, and being very, I mean, we're bringing each other together, and I like that people feel comfortable enough to take the risk to speak some really hard truths.
Thank you, Mandy. You've done an awesome job.
Thanks. So I'm trying to think of people who haven't spoken. I just, again, want to give some, you know, I remember getting PD on wait time. Okay, so maybe do we want to go back and look at what we've done so far and see what kind of, maybe any language changes or anything looking at the professional development. So just maybe take a few seconds and take a look through. Relevant.
This is Kelly. I'm looking at Kathy's most recent comment and the discussion that kind of just ended around the predominantly white districts. And then the connection at the very beginning that talks about how professional development should be relevant. And I think that it's probably very important that we somehow try to build that connection into the document to be able to say, this is relevant to you and this is why. Because I think that they would read those two things and say, well, that's not relevant. And then it just perpetuates Kathy's comment over and over and is absolutely alarming. But I don't know exactly how to do that.
And that is a really good point. I remember working with teachers and having them read the article, The Invisible Knapsack of White Privilege. And I literally had someone say, why do I need to read this? And I went, the fact that you said that is why you needed to read this. So maybe we specifically need to talk about it in our, I mean, would that be one of our overall recommendations? And not just in the topical?
Absolutely.
It says a lot about, if we put it in our overall recommendations, I think it sends a stronger statement that this council is recommending that everybody needs to do this work. But I don't want to speak for everybody.
No, I agree with that. I'm on board with that. And again, they are recommendations. And I think we're not forcing anybody to do any of this, but what we say matters. We're the governor's educator advisory council, and what we say, you know, I mean, it's a statement, and I think it should be, I think we should do what we think is right for students, for all of our students, and especially our students of color. So yeah, I think an overall recommendation in some form would be good, and then you could break down some of the specific topics in the topical recommendations possibly.
Okay, so I'm reading how it's being phrased, and I think, you know, I would welcome any language conversation about what that looks like, because this is the whole council saying these things. So I want to make sure that you're all reflected.
Yes, please.
Sorry, Leah. I don't know how you're following our train of thought sometimes, but you're doing it really well.
Well, I'm not really seeing anything that's specific with special education.
Ooh, good call.
I just think that it's so necessary when, you know, like you live in a place that's more rural, like where I live, and they are not, so people around me, I'm just going to tell you, and I mean, I'm not saying I live in a place that doesn't have educated people. I have some very cultured, like very educated people around me. We're not like Hicks, you know, it's not like that, but it is the UP. It's predominantly white. And we're isolated. So the two things that have been going on right now, COVID-19, people are like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect us. We don't even have to worry about it. I'm not going to wear a mask. You know, like they don't feel like they have to wear masks. It's not in their face. They're not seeing people dying. They're not, you know, I mean, and so the same thing with race. If they don't understand that it's like, it's not in their face, you know, they don't see race, they don't see racism, they don't see the fact that police will, you know, be biased against people of color, then it's not a problem for them. And people asked me, like friends who are, you know, adults, they're like, how do we fix this, Ruth? I'm like, education, like that's it. And so that's where I'm at, you know, and I think that if we all as teachers are armed with the ability to be able to like teach about racism and the past history of racism and social justice movements, I think that we can really make progress and we can make change. And so I do think that that should be a part of the language of our recommendation here.
I do see, Lisa, in your comment, do we have to decide on this document today? Leah, I'm sure you need to weigh in. We are doing a lot of work in a short amount of time, and we may want some time for reflection. I also do wonder, just trying to navigate this, if everybody is feeling like their voices are being heard because of the format of this. So Leah, is it possible that this can be a draft and we're not going to like vote on it necessarily until the next meeting?
So you can do whatever you want to. I know that the governor, I can't remember the timeline. However, you have the opportunity to right now to provide this to the group that's working on a document that's going to be the returning to school document on June 30th.
Okay.
So you could approach it in a couple of ways. You could decide, you could try and finalize it soon so that you can share that with them before they develop those recommendations that are coming out June 30th. You could perhaps label this as a draft, and you could provide them with this as a draft and then finalize it in August so that they have information, yet it isn't finalized. But I do think over the next, it's very tight timeline, a little bit of time, we could ask people to submit feedback and we could work on incorporating it. I don't know. I think you might want to consider getting it to people sooner rather than later because they are developing things right now.
Yeah, I was really that's what I assumed, that the work that we're doing in this particular meeting is to help out with the June 30th decision, which is like right around the corner. So I almost feel, a tight timeline, I think it's about as tight as it gets, because they still have to look at it, process it, and then they've got a lot on their platter too. So I guess I'm more in favor of trying to, hammer this out right now. And I don't know if putting the word draft makes a difference, but if it carries as much weight and protects us more, I'm not sure. Maybe that's the way to go. But I really would like that Return to Learning Council to see this ASAP.
Okay. So yeah, we might be realistically looking at the tight timeline. I mean, if we wanted to put draft, I don't know that changes much. But I also want to be mindful of having your voices be heard. Do we want to, so I also know that we're past our timetable and we also have to do the needs and concerns for the 2021 academic year, which is literally like, how are we coming back to school? And that is a huge weighty topic of its own. Do we want to take like a 5-minute break, look at it, comment on it if you need a comment, or you could always send a private message to me or to Leah. Do we want to do that? Because I can do a roll call vote for a 5-minute.
I think we should do, I think 5 is short, let's do 10. That way people can meet personal needs and have time to reflect upon this and send private messages.
Okay.
If you don't mind, Mandy, my recommendation. It's really hard when you're like the leader and then you're in these groups and you're not the leader. Consider.
Yeah, I am open to any leadership feedback on this. I have no ego. Just tell me what I'm supposed to be doing. So, all right, everyone, I would like to, is there a move? Does anyone want to make a motion to go into a 10-minute personal need and reflection time?
I move to take that 10-minute break for reflection.
So moved by BG and seconded by Ruth. Do we, can I say, all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? There are no nays. Is anyone abstaining from a break?
And you'll leave the document up on the screen, Mandy?
It's Leah. Leah's doing it.
Okay, good.
All right, so it is 10:38, so we should be back at 10:48.
Can everyone
Thank you.
see the full document okay if I leave it just like this? Can you all see it all right?
Can we
Okay,
see it
perfect.
live in the GIAC folder?
I can load it in the GX folder. Yep, let me do that too.
Thank
I will do that. I'll leave it here and I will drop it in there in just one sec.
So mom, all I have to do is reading?
All right, I don't know if everyone's back, but it is 10:48. Sorry, my chat box got really large for some reason. Okay, so I'm looking at some of the notes. So number 4, could we add that language? Especially for ELL teachers, special ed, and non-teaching.
I tried to add the notes from the chat here on the screen. So if I missed any, forgive me. So my thinking, a recommendation I would include is defining some of these terms, all personnel, all students, and then using those terms, all personnel, all students, instead of trying to name the populations every time or the educational personnel in specific places.
Makes sense to me.
And I do think that Lisa, so Lisa and I were chatting a little bit, and she does have want to bring back up, I think, the process or a recommendation around the process, which might alleviate a little of the pressure that we're now feeling to complete this right now. So Lisa, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, Leah and I were just chatting a little bit that it might be important to also get Greg's voice, since he is one person missing today. We want to make sure that we have all voices heard, but we were also, because he plays both roles, that maybe we would have an opportunity to share a draft with him, continue working on the language a bit, so that he's aware and can bring our information to the table, but we can also continue to just work out a little bit of this language for a tiny bit longer. So just a few suggestions there.
Yeah, so essentially the option of sharing this draft information with the people who are taking part in the decision making before June 30th, but maybe taking a little more time before the final recommendation comes out, so that you'll see yourselves reflected, but the finalized document doesn't have to be executed and voted on today. That is another option.
Would we need to have a special meeting scheduled then?
Depends on how soon you wanted to vote and finalize it, but yes, if you wanted to work on it outside and then bring it for a vote, we could call a special meeting for that, which shouldn't take, isn't a big deal, just scheduling with all of you.
Okay. Is that something we would want to do during this meeting, is schedule, or send out like a doodle?
I'll probably just send out a doodle because I have to consider my schedule too, unfortunately, and Greg's.
Okay.
Can I bring up a quick question here? And I don't mean to add more to what we're trying to do here. I did see that it did get removed, but at one point we had white privilege as part of the document. And I get a little bit concerned with some districts. I mean, we all live and we know that people, some of the terms we use, people might not, I mean, there are people that don't believe that that even exists, that that's not a thing. And so I'm all for it, and I think it should be part of that, but just when we're using some of the terms, how might this document, and I don't mean to single you out, Ruth, but you bring up a valid point about the districts up there. When they see terms like that, how is this going to be taken by districts as it's being presented to them? I'm not saying we don't include it. I'm just bringing it up as just a point that there are people that believe that this doesn't exist. It's not a thing.
Well, because they haven't been educated on it. And I mean, it really is a thing. So it needs to be taught. And I think that it just needs to be a part of the curriculum. And if we can move forward in that direction, I think that more progress will be made as far as this issue is concerned.
And I'm with you, Ruth, right? I mean, I'm not trying to say not include it. I'm just saying that I want districts to look at this document and take it in its totality and what it is that we're recommending, And I don't want them to see terms like that and then they just shut down.
No, but here's the thing. That's what's going to happen, is that they're just going to be like, no, but we don't really have to do that. You know, like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think the document needs to be there. I think that the suggestion needs to be made, or like, you know, the recommendation, as we say, it needs to be made. I think it's very important, actually, for those people who are especially closed-minded in more rural areas, that like, oh, we have to teach this thing. I don't even know about white privilege, maybe, you know, maybe the educator might not even know about it. And so like the fact that they're getting professional development in white privilege and they're bringing that to their students, like, hallelujah, you know, I mean, I think that just is it's what needs to happen. And of course, there are going to be some people who are just going to be like, we don't need to do this. Like, just like we don't need to wear face masks. Like, if it's not in my face, like, if, you know, I don't see racism, then racism doesn't exist. Like, but that's wrong. Like, we need to make
Especially
sure
in districts that are 95% white. So how would they know? How would they even know about that? So, I mean, I'm with you. I'm just bringing it up as just, I'm just bringing
I
it up.
think that this may go to the idea that we do need some more time. We do need some more processing. We've done a lot in a short amount of time. So I am absolutely for Leah sending out a doodle poll, us having a special meeting, having some time to reflect, getting some more input. I also want to make sure on a virtual call that everybody's voice is heard, because I don't know if everyone is feeling comfortable with everything because we've gone really fast. So maybe we do just at the moment table this draft, appreciate the work that's been done, and then focus on, you know, just sharing ideas in the Google Doc and having another meeting to talk further.
Okay, I noted in the chat that on the Google Drive doc, I had substituted oppression of all caps targeted groups, and it wasn't quite showing up on our Zoom screen, but that is to really give recognition to every group. And just wanted to mention that I hope the working version of the Google Doc is.
Gigi, you're muted.
Okay, so none of that was heard, right?
No, it was. I accidentally hit mute, Gigi.
Okay,
Gigi,
all right,
unmute.
so all targeted groups, but hopefully we can leave that in.
Okay.
Where, Gigi, are you thinking that it's not represented? Can you? Oh, now you're on mute.
Okay, number one,
Mm-hmm.
focused on privilege and social justice. It's time for all educational personnel to engage in learning to understand racism, systematic oppression of all targeted groups. In other words, every group that is out there that doesn't necessarily get on the front page, but the oppression is going on.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, so I think I've captured everything that we have. Oh, I have a couple. I'm going to grab a couple more things out of here and put them in this document. And then I'll make sure everything is captured from the one that was on the Google Drive and moved over to a single document, so that when you all have this to reflect upon, you have what I hope is everything gathered. So Mandy, do you want to take a vote about moving this forward today or tabling it for some additional work? How do you want to do that?
Well, I can open it up for a motion if someone wants to. Do we want to vote on it as a draft or table it until a special meeting? So someone can give a motion.
Or continue working on it because it's important to finish today, noting that we'd have to set some things aside and likely lengthen the meeting would be another option.
I can make a motion to table this and continue working on it.
So motion made by Jeff. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Marcus. All in favor of tabling this and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? No opposing. Anyone who's abstaining? Okay, thank you. So our next,
Well, do we have to make a motion to agree to reconvene after we do the doodle, or no? Is that just something that we just do?
I think we just do it. I think in the bylaws, we're allowed to have a special meeting whenever we'd like. So our next agenda topics are the needs and concerns of the 2021 academic year. So this is another area where we would be drafting ideas that would go to the Return to Learn Council about some of the logistics and concerns about instruction, whether it's face-to-face, hybrid, or virtual for the 2021 academic year. I had drafted an initial document of things that I had heard. And again, this is by no means in any particular order. I literally just asked my staff, what are you concerned about? And had them add things in. I put it into what are our questions? And then I also put at the bottom wants and needs, because, and this could be something from the position I'm in, I concretely want some state level decisions. So I'm not off going cowboy in my district and the district next door is doing something completely different, because I think there's a concern about people school shopping to find the program they want, but that could just be me. And I have some serious concerns about the realistic logistics and the funding. You know, I've gotten the Michigan State recommendations. I've looked at, I mean, I'm sure all of you have seen those plans that are like this. And I struggle with what does that look like in a classroom? I don't know how you keep a mask on a kindergartner. I don't know how you keep teenagers from social distancing. And I apologize because I just found out from my kid that my dog just peed on the rug. Oh, so professional. Sorry about that. Yeah. So if you guys want to take a look at that, I am open to anyone adding, shouting, anything that goes on there.
I might be able to help with some general information about what's been going on at MDE that might shorten this a little bit for us. So about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe, 7 of the 10 regional teachers of the year were asked to join different, there was a suburban, urban, and a rural work group that was put together because I think they realized that the concerns of different types of districts need to be specifically looked at and not just lump everybody together. So they took superintendents and the 7 of us and lots of different partners, and we worked in these groups. And first we came up with exactly what you're doing here, all of the barriers and the problems and the questions. And we ranked them, like what's most important, what do we need to look at closely? And then from there, broke them into like 5 categories. And so the 5 categories are things like funding, obviously. Social and emotional learning was another one, staffing, flexible instruction. So different types, like things like that. And then within those categories, we started breaking down, okay, what could be some possible solutions to these different problems that we're seeing? So all 3 of these groups, which each group had about 20 to 25 people on it. So almost 80 people have been working on this for about 3 weeks. And we just finished Wednesday. And so what we did with all of our problems and solutions and stuff, we sent them, they're being compiled and they're being given to Dr. Rice because he's on the governor's task force. So he's going to have all of this narrowed down information. And we I think we narrowed it down to like our top 3 or 5 recommendations for each of our categories. And then he's going to get all of that. So there's a lot of educator voice in those documents and that work that we did for him. So we can still do whatever we want to do, but I just wanted you guys to know that that was happening behind the scenes through these work groups at MDE. And I feel like we made some we made some good suggestions. We asked for the for specific executive order type things, like wanting to waive the hours and days for the year, because then it gives you more flexibility with your schedule, things like that. Just so there was a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not really supposed to share the actual document, but I can tell you some of the stuff that was in it. And we talked about encouraging schools to be more flexible with their schedule in whatever way they can afford and what they can do. And then they talked about different ways of finding more funding, including putting more pressure on our federal government. So there's a lot of stuff that was done there. And I just wanted to kind of explain that to you guys so that maybe that'll help inform what we do, or shorten or lessen what we do. I don't know. But
yeah, I guess a question I would have for Leah is, I know that this agenda item we were told needed to be, so what was our work supposed to be doing that would be different than the other groups that are working on this?
So I might need help from the group. So I was eating an almond because I actually remember this differently, that this was one thing that the group thought was really important and wanted to have a voice on, but wasn't something that the governor necessarily asked for. So I think there is room, if we feel like there are other groups adequately capturing it, that we could potentially set this one aside, or we could still work on developing some recommendations today. Or, I mean, there's other ways to approach it. I think we could hear more about the recommendations that came out from the groups that Kara has been involved in. I mean, I think there's flexibility.
So on the email from Greg, when we were talking about agenda, it says we will also have a conversation about general concerns. We will use that conversation to create a list to share with the Return to Learning Advisory Council. So maybe that's where I'm not sure what we're.
But I think that's because we wanted to do that.
Okay.
So you can revisit whether you still want to do that.
May I see something? I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I recall it like that, Leah. We were all like, we were all very concerned that our voices are not going to be heard, but thanks, Kara, for sharing that. There's educator voice in this. I'm excited about that. I just have a question, because Kara, you mentioned flexibility, like waiving the hours requirements and whatnot. What about for high school? What about MMC requirements, right? So are those going to be flexible this coming year? That's a big question.
Yeah,
a lot of my
that wasn't part of our recommendations. I don't think specifically, because within the categories that we were looking at, I don't think it fit with what our suburban group was talking about. That could be the urban or rural groups could have recommended that. I could ask, but yeah, it's a good point that is an additional flexibility that we might need to have, especially if, like in my district, they're going to offer like a virtual online school, but right now it's only for core classes. So how would a kid get their MMC credits if all they could do online was math, science, English, and social studies? So it's definitely something that someone needs to address. I just don't know if it was specific.
Ramon, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, so I was part of the urban work group. So that was one of the things we suggested, and I can't, we can't share everything at this point until it comes out. I'll tell you this, Zainab, our recommendations in terms of flexibility was across the board, from schedule to testing, accountability, MMC, so forth. We were saying that given this, there needs to be flexibility across the board in terms of regulations and policies and legislation and so forth. So MMC was a part of that.
Jeff?
Am I muted? So I just wanted to see if, what about like CTE programs? Like, how are they going to be able to do those kinds of things given the limitations of the schools? But I surveyed my membership, and one of the big concerns was 6 students coming in and then not being picked up from, with their parents being at work or whatnot. And then how would that work? Does the school have isolation rooms until that sounds horrible to me, these isolation rooms, But how is that going to work? 6 students that do come in and them being picked up, and then, with them being quarantined, and then what about staff that might contract COVID from a student that comes in? And then how does that affect them as far as them having to use, and this might be off track, but them having to use their own sick time based upon that, because then you're going to have to look at tracing and did they in fact get it from them? And then 2, I just wanted to bring up, at our district, we have a lot of job sites that we go out to. And many of those, we work in hospitals or nursing centers, and they're not going to be able to come back probably right away. So, because again, special education goes to 26. So we have a lot of job sites that we go to in our district. And what might that look like? But I know one of the biggest concerns from the survey was student safety and staff safety. But the number 3 one was students that are sick and being picked up in a timely manner from the school district.
So Ramont and Kara, you're in a different position because I don't know what you can and cannot share, but I don't know what the group thinks, but I would love to hear more of whatever you can. I mean, we all have on that list. I mean, I can't sleep at night thinking about where we're going to get substitute teachers.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, just to chime in too, because I'm in the 4835 zip code, and that's the hottest area in the state of Michigan for COVID-19. And so the number one concern that the staff have, your staff at risk. And that risk is like the majority of our staff. If you're over 50, if you have high blood pressure, if you have diabetes. And on top of that, my students in high school are medically fragile. So this is it's like a never ending cycle of fear and trepidation about what's going to happen in the future. And that's real for a lot of the staff and for a lot of the families. I was just talking to a parent just called me today, even though last day of school was yesterday, because on top of that, she was still concerned about waiting for her electronic device so that she can still stay in contact with me throughout the summer too. And we go continuously, so we're just going to be off for like a week or 2, but she still wanted to make sure that I was talking to her and her child. So yeah, these are like real things that we're like dealing with in real time.
And Marcus, just so that everybody understands that when you're saying medically fragile, remember that teachers and parapros are performing catheterizations, breathing tubes, feeding tubes. So there are medical things that are happening within those types of programs. We call them SXI or medically fragile. So exactly, Marcus, you're right on point. And don't forget diaper changes too, both with young and with 25 and 26-year-olds as well in some of these cases.
Yeah, and I was thinking too about when we talk about privilege, the whole deal about privilege is like social distancing. Hell, social distancing doesn't apply if you're coming from a poor environment. One time I was going to the doctor's office. I think one of the 3 type of qualifying the little questions they ask you was, have you traveled to Europe? Europe? Who's traveled to Europe in the past? Europe? They just look in social. Are you always 6 feet apart? Some of my families, you might have 4 or 5 members in a 2-bedroom apartment. So even from a medical standpoint, it's like a certain amount of privilege in class. The parents see that right away from the questions that they're getting asked from the health professionals. So that's all part of the concerns and issues that we're facing as a community in education.
Well, I'm wondering if, because I know that unfortunately, Ramont and Kara, you guys are in a position where you can't really disclose anything. And I feel like we could just keep firing questions and you could say, well, maybe getting warmer, getting colder, that sort of thing. And,
or if you all could continue discourse and Karen Ramont could say, oh, you should write that one down. Like, because maybe that's not a thing that is in another document.
Well, the other thing I was thinking is I know that June 30th is kind of when a lot of the pieces of the puzzle, not all, will come into place. And my wife is no longer in the house, so I'm going to say this. I'm wondering if we should have a meeting in July. We were talking about not having a meeting in August because of the craziness that's going to happen in August with all of us trying to get ready for school. And I apologize if I'm stepping on any vacation plans, but I just wonder if we're kind of tied right now from moving forward effectively. And I'm just wondering, maybe a very quick 1-minute discussion on should we entertain a July meeting and come back after the June 30th decision and put this as our top agenda item, and then recess August, like was mentioned earlier, and recontinue. And I don't know. I just am feeling.
I know I've
little...
had some side conversations about, I don't know what message it sends if we cancel meetings. Does that minimize the value of this council? I'm all for more meetings, because to me, this is really important work. There's a part of me that when the idea was floated to cancel August, I went, are we undermining our own work?
Perhaps we should. I agree with a July meeting, just because I think a lot of us, I don't know about you guys, but you all helped me process so much. Really, honestly, really great perspectives here. And if we have an August meeting, if we feel like we need one, Mandy, maybe we can have it earlier, just because I think a lot of our PDs will be starting in late August. And we're just going to be, we're bracing ourselves. So if, I don't know, just my thoughts.
A shortened agenda too in August might be a good compromise. I'm with you, Mandy. I kind of feel like we should meet every month, but at the same time, summer is pretty sacred, and we have huge things on our platter and lots of things.
So I would just say that there are definitely, as with everything that's been released to date, there have been a lot of questions after the release of information that are then used to develop the next set of guidance. So that certainly is a great way to approach this, that there's a group working on the first set of guidance. Maybe the opportunity is to take a look at what they have done and then reflect on, here are the questions and things that we still have, or things that we don't think are going to work based on the set of guidance.
Right, and we have the July 4th weekend coming up after June 30th. So by the time everything gets processed, it's going to be at least the second week in July. I'm all for a mid-July meeting. And I think we should keep the possibility of getting together early to mid-August available. And remember, we did not meet in March and April. So we sort of had our time off for this year. Just throwing that out there.
Tony, I see your hand up.
I was just going to say, if we think July might be difficult, but we want to meet in July, maybe an easy way to do it would be to do a really quick meeting in July with committee of the whole, and then break it into subcommittees. So then we could have small groups that might be able to, we could, kind of artificially create the subcommittees basically according to people's schedules, so that smaller groups could meet by questions that we might have reacting to that information that comes out at the end of this month, so that we still could essentially meet in July, even though we might not be able to find a date that would allow, the whole group to meet. And then I would also agree that meeting in August is probably still important. My thoughts.
And also, I think we should decide if we're going to use Zoom or if we're going to move over to Teams for those meetings as well. Marcus is totally in favor of moving to Teams.
Okay, so I don't know that we have to take a vote on whether we're meeting in July. It would be more of a, we can add meetings whenever we want. So we'll probably just have to do some scheduling on that. But if we were going back to some of the ideas, I liked what Leah said about, I know Kara and Ramont, you can't say much, but if there's some things on that list that you go, ooh, that would be something we'll love to have your voice.
I
Well, and
do
I should
provide
I
a
should
summary of, sorry, hold on one second, Kara. I do
Go ahead.
provide a summary of important information from this meeting to my leadership when I leave here too. So there is another way to convey important points that maybe haven't made it elsewhere.
I should say too that the recommendations that came out of my group were kind of broad in scope because Michigan is local control. And so if we're looking for there to be a lot of really specific requirements, I don't know. I mean, maybe the executive order will have specific requirements, but I just don't know if that's what we're going to get. I don't know if that's what we ever get. Like, districts get to make a lot of their own decisions. But it's not that like the stuff that we worked on is secret or anything. And I can talk, and we're allowed to talk about like some of the things that we discussed. I'm just not supposed to actually share the document, you know, like the document that we made, that's all. And I'm just trying to think like within, and I take a million notes all the time, but like within, for example, one of our categories was safety and fear, like we want people to be safe, but we have to deal with the real fear of coming back to school. What like the top thing that we wanted was some kind of screening process when kids are coming into school. And we talked about, we need more guidance from the public health office. So they're kind of general like that. We didn't talk like how you and I talk, like this group talks. There wasn't a lot of like specific detailed discussion about like, like where are they going to eat lunch? Like my group didn't have like a lot of detailed conversations. It was more like big ideas, like seat time waivers and flexible schedules and removing the hour and day recommendation or requirements, encouraging districts to use the same learning management systems so that it's less work for parents. There were recommendations like that. Does that make sense? Does that help at all to kind of frame the work that we did? And
That
Ramon
helps
can
me a
add to
lot.
that too. Yeah,
And
okay.
especially in regards to, you know, when it comes right down to it, I feel very confident and hopeful that our leaders will take safety as the #1 consideration. And almost everything you just mentioned, Kara, was in a safety sort of vein. And so maybe that's a good point to be made that, and I also feel like districts are going to have some autonomy in terms of their comfort levels, and counties will work together, you know, and things like that. So maybe, you know, the more I'm thinking about this, maybe the discussions that we just had before our break and the discussion we're about to have as far as the social issues in our country, maybe that's what, maybe our focus isn't needing to know what happens after June 30th. Because I think the way, you know, you've spoken, and then Ramon, I like what you said in terms of flexibility is across the board. Maybe it's not that important to really hinge on what happens after the June 30th date.
From my position, this doesn't make me necessarily feel better because I'm concerned. Any decision that we make that's local decision then rests on the leadership potential. So if they love it or hate it, it's my head. And considering that every superintendent's boss is a board of education that may not be educators, and you can lose your job like that with the wrong decision. I'm concerned about, hey, I think everyone should wear a mask, and that becomes political, and then I don't have a job. So that's very selfish of me. Vermont, what did your group talk about?
Again, general, as Kara mentioned, our tasks were general because of the makeup of local school districts and control. So I would say, you know, whether now or in July, if this group wants to contribute to that discussion and lend, you know, their opinions or perspectives on, you know, returning to learning in the fall, I think it will be helpful, you know, in any regard, because, you know, as many ideas, as much input as we can get from individuals around the state to help inform this, because keep in mind, this is something that no one has ever dealt with before, including our leadership, you know, and so as much, you know, information that we can get from individuals, including us on this council, I think would help the process. Again, ours was very general across the board in trying to make some recommendations that would help in the urban school districts.
So if I'm hearing everyone correctly, then we would want this as an agenda item, almost as a response to what comes out on June 30th. And then, so it would be an agenda item on our July meeting. Is open to feedback?
I think that's a smart idea. I think that's really smart to see what comes out and then to have us do some kind of response to it. Adding some ideas and solutions in addition to what they come up with, I think would be a really smart way for us to contribute. Because what happens sometimes is, like what you were doing, is writing down all of the questions and concerns, which is where you should start. But if we come forward with, well, here are some ideas and solutions, I think that's going to be more helpful than just a list of like, here's all the things we're worried about. You know what I mean? That's just kind of what I've seen from the other groups I've been working with.
Kara, can when you were talking earlier, I just wanted to add that physical education class hasn't been talked about. That's part of a lot of our students' day, or at least during their week. That should be added as an area of concern as well.
Choir.
What was that?
Choir is a big one. Choir is a big issue. PE, actually, there's a really good list of recommendations for physical education. The Missouri School Board Association came out with some recommendations, and they actually had a lot to say about physical education. So they kind of thought we should cancel choir, which is weird, but yeah, so it's out there. I just don't know like where exactly.
I have a question. Sorry, I'm using the raise hand feature, so I'm being good. My question is, okay, so if we get this document and then we come together in July and we have a list of questions and I don't know, recommendations, I don't know, whatever. Like, this is gonna sound stupid, but like, how would this be released? Who would put it out? Would it be official? You know what I mean? Like, is it just something with our name on it only? Does it go through the governor's office? I'm just confused a little bit. So I'm gonna mute myself now. And I don't know who would answer that. It might be a Leah question, but
yeah, I think I don't know. So you as a committee, your function is to provide information to the governor. I am not sure about, I think we'd want to at least have a courtesy conversation with them about the GIAC releasing its own content. Because you are serving, clearly the purpose is the governor's educator advisory counselor. You're supposed to be advising the governor. So, but I think we can ask those questions. I think we should assume it's to provide to the governor in an advisory, as an advisory tool, but that we could ask for the ability to publish things in a different manner if we wanted to.
And Kara, you have a raised hand.
Yeah, so I thought that was applause. That's why I wasn't using it, but now I realize it's a raised hand. Okay, so yeah, I would think that we could take this idea to Greg and he could ask Brandy, just like normal, like, hey, this is an idea we had. We'd like to, after the governor releases the EO and the return to learn plan, is there a space for us to respond to it with the things that we really like, and then maybe some additional ideas if we have them, and then see kind of what Brandy thinks of that idea, because that's kind of what we've been doing, right? When we have an idea, Greg asks Brandy, and then she says yes, no, or here, yes, and do this. So I think that would probably make the most sense to just keep going through that.
Yes and no. I mean, I think they've been very clear that you are welcome to give them whatever information that you want, and you don't need to ask permission to give them information. So if you think this thing is important and you want to provide information to the governor about this thing, I don't think you need to ask permission to do that. How you spend your time here. I think your responsibility is to attend to the things that they ask for, which we've been doing, but you can also do these other things and they can use that or they cannot use that as they see fit. So I don't know if you would need to ask. I think this is definitely a thing you could choose to do.
So can I back up just so I'm understanding the logistics? With what we just worked on with the professional development recommendations, we're going to have a special meeting before the June 30th so that we can submit this to Return to Learn. We're also potentially adding another meeting in July where we're going to have an agenda item where we're going to look at the Return to Learn announcement on the 30th and have some voice input recommendations, information that then could go through Brandy or whatever to the governor as our other input. Is that the order that I'm hearing? Okay, sometimes I get caught up in logistics and I get, wait, what are we doing?
So,
All right, so
let's pin down that a little bit because we have 11 days before June 30th.
Right.
So how much time do you need to reflect and work on the draft outside of this meeting before the special meeting that would then result in giving them a recommendation, knowing that they're probably working on a finalized document now because it takes a while to get a document finalized?
So my question is, do we need to have another meeting in June if we're just going to respond to the document anyway? Right? I don't know. I wouldn't be able, by the way, I wouldn't be able to, I'm doing AP reading next week. So I'm going to be reading essays all week next week, which is not going to be fun. So I probably wouldn't be able to make it to another June meeting. So don't mind me, but I'm just wondering if we're just having meetings to meet, like, is that going to actually contribute anything to the final draft, the final?
Well, if we're sending a draft for professional development recommendations, if we don't submit that, then the Return to Learn won't have our recommendations. I guess that was the more pressing issue. Ben, I saw a hand up.
Yeah, just for clarification, that does say clap, but is that what we want to use for hands up, or should we do this? Can everyone see when I do this, just to help Leah out a little bit? Can everyone see that clap?
Yeah, can you see Gigi's though? She's got her hand up right now.
Oh, I can't see that.
I can't see Gigi's hand up.
Oh, maybe I can only see.
Should we just go like this?
No, I can see it actually, Leah. I can see it on the, if you have on the sidebar, if you have participants and chat open, then you can see it. But you can't see it on our box.
And they moved where the raise your hand is. You got to hit the 3 ellipses, and then the raise your hand features is in the ellipses there next to mute me. If you go to participants, there's an ellipses box. Click that, and that's raise your hand and lower your hand.
And
Well,
Teams
Leah
tries
and
to steal
Mandy,
these
since you
features
guys-
later on because they don't have it.
I think Leah and Mandy, what would be easiest for you to navigate? Because Leah, you got to take the notes. So, and you made the suggestion of raising hands. So I've seen some people do this. And then we see people unmute and talk, or this feature, which can be seen by some or not. So do you have a preference?
To me, the clap.
Go ahead.
The clap works for me, but Leah's probably hitting more.
It's up to you because I'm not attending to when I'm taking notes and doing other things. I'm actually not looking at who's raising their hand, but I don't think this is super effective because that is hard to see when you like waving is not the best tool.
Okay.
Let's do clap.
So not like this.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
Just depends on how long you want to do it.
All right. So
All right.
if I'm hearing you correctly, as far as the timing of approving the professional development recommendations, we would need to meet next week. Would that be correct, Leah?
Well, you would need to, traditionally, anything you have sent forward, you have voted on. So you would need to meet long enough to vote on something. And yes, you probably want to do it if you have any hope of it being incorporated. It's a really short turnaround. Gigi's had her hand up for a while.
I know I can't see it. I'm sorry.
I'll help.
I think sooner is better than later, and maybe Monday, Tuesday at the latest. And it should be one send submission to the governor from our group. As you point out, that what their work is certainly going to be finalized by midweek, and Greg could probably confirm that. I think I originally raised my hand for the second list that we're working on and asking the possibility to have a statement about school libraries. This could actually come from, somebody mentioned the Missouri Return to School, which spells out the duties of school libraries in that document, and I have presented that to my administration. Another talking point on behalf of school libraries is that our Michigan Association for Media and Education sent a letter to all superintendents in the state of Michigan, and hopefully Mandy and Ramont, you received that, pointing out what had been done by school librarians during the shutdown and urging superintendents to include school librarians in the planning process for fall.
Thank you for that, Gigi. If I'm looking then, if we're saying early, is anyone open Monday afternoon? I guess we have to ask Leah first because her schedule's tight.
Well, Mondays and Fridays have gotten thinner because of layoffs, so I guess there's that.
Yeah, you guys, Leah doesn't technically work on Monday, right?
No, I do. I work all the
Okay.
time. I just gotta, I just got a pay cut.
Okay. Ugh.
So I am free between 1 and 3. Or in the evening.
How is 1 o'clock on Monday for anyone? Is there anyone who can't do Monday at 1 o'clock?
For me, it depends on how long it's going to be, just because I have to score essays. So
yeah,
just
I would think it'd be an hour, maybe. I mean, we're basically, you have time over the weekend to put any Google comments. We have a brief discussion with any corrections and vote. Of course, I'm saying this and we don't know if Greg's free.
Right. I have a training at 1:30, but I could do a half an hour with you guys.
Anyone can't do Monday at 1? Okay, Monday at 1, and hopefully Greg can be there because I don't want to do this anymore. Okay, so now we are at, and we definitely don't, I wish we had more time than this. I will turn this over to Marcus for our racism and education discussion.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to move on to a lighter subject. Boy, you know what? I guess when we first started meeting in the council, was it October? Because it feels like 5 years ago, but back in October when we first met, I think I initially said the reason I felt good about being part of the council was it made me feel uncomfortable. And when you don't feel comfortable about something, you have to like research it, embrace it, dive into it. And since March the 13th, hell, we've been all uncomfortable. The whole world has been uncomfortable. So be careful what you wish for. It's like the good and the bad about what's been going on. The bad is like the isolation. The good is like it gives you an opportunity to reflect. And I've been reflecting about health, mortality, and race. And along those lines, as a council, we have to like stand for things. And that's why I have a motion I wanted to submit before the council. And the motion is, the name of the motion is the Governor's Educational Advisory Council Proclamation for Social Justice. And just to give you a context of where this is coming from, in light of the recent shooting deaths and cases of police brutality, it caused me a moment to pause and to reflect. Like, what did that mean for me personally? And personally, these are like conversations I've had with my grandfather. My grandfather initially brought up that subject with me. I must have been like in the 4th grade, talking about Emmett Till and how Emmett Till was lynched. He was 14 years old and he was lynched. And that stuck with me. But the thing that really stuck with me was like, I think it was like 4 or 5 years later, I saw the picture of Emmett Till that was on the Jet cover magazine. And Emmett Till's mother wanted the world to see what had happened to her son. And then I remember getting my driver's license when I was 16. And my father had the talk with me. And I remember mentioning that to my wife, and she didn't understand what the talk was. And I said, well, that's when the parent has a conversation with their child about how to survive an encounter with the police. And she was like, Marcus, what do you mean how to survive? The context from that is my wife is from Pinckney. She's white, and she still didn't understand what I was talking about. I said, well, my father realized that if I didn't act the right way during a police stop, it could result in me being shot and killed. And at the time, because I'm 51, my wife is, well, she's not here, so I can she's like a couple years younger than me. So I don't have to worry about her hitting me in the back of the head. But what she said, when she went to Pinckney, she had never heard about that. And then so I was just probing. And I was like, well, how many Black students did you have in your graduating class? And she said, none. So then I probed further. I was like, well, how many were in your school? And she said, Marcus, maybe 1 or 2 students. And Pinckney is only like maybe 30 miles north of Detroit. So it's not like it's in the Ozarks somewhere on the way out. And that was like, and I kept on talking to her and I was like, well, when you had Black history class, did you cover it? She said, I didn't have Black history instruction. I said, well, how about during the month of February? And she was like, no, we didn't have Black History Month. It was something that wasn't discussed. And we're like in basically the same generation. So the only saving grace that I was thinking about, that education, I think a lot of people in this council, we view education as being like our magical tool that can correct the wrongs that we see that exist in the world. And that's something that we see. And I was just having a discussion yesterday with one of my students, my classroom students, in the on like a Zoom-like meeting. And I looked at him and he was like so happy. And I was like, Jose, what are you so happy about? He's like, Mr. Walton, the Supreme Court. And he was talking about DACA. And he felt so relieved, because the context from that was, he was telling me because of what's been going on, people in this community, they weren't even really going out prior to COVID because they're worried about ICE deporting their neighbors, their brothers, their sisters. And then it's not all coming like full circle to me. I felt proud that he was still looking at the news, because he's a 17-year-old boy, and he was still, I didn't tell him ahead of time to watch these Supreme Court rulings, but he knew it was important to him. He knew it was being important to me. And that really like touched me too. So that's what keeps me hopeful when we see disparaging things happening. And another thing also is that if racism is something that's learned, then damn it, it can be unlearned. And that's where we come in. We as individuals who work in the educational field have the responsibility to make sure that we're reaching our students, making a connection with the families, our staff, and we're setting the course that we want for a better world in which to live in. And that, for me, that my parents were always about that. So for me, that meant being empathetic to those who are different from me, to understand, to listen, and to learn from what was going on. And now just to get to the my motion, I'm just going to read through it now. And it says, okay, the Governor's Educators Advisory Council's proclamation for social justice. The deaths of George Ford, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery have enraged, frustrated, and saddened the nation. The moral outcry has been heard and felt throughout the globe. Peaceful protests around the globe are being conducted by our youth who continue to demand an end to systemic racism and police brutality. Whereas 66 years after Brown versus the Board of Education, Michigan remains the second most segregated school system in America. Whereas in 2018, 45% of Black children live in poverty in Michigan. Whereas in 2018, 30% of Latino children live in poverty in Michigan. Whereas in Michigan, only 60% of Black students graduate from high school. Whereas in Michigan, only 64% of Latino students graduate from high school. Whereas in Michigan, the school to prison pipeline accounts for 28% of all juveniles arrested who are Black, and 58% of the youth admitted to the state adult prison are Black. Be it resolved, Black Lives Matter. The Governor's Advisory Council pledges to be anti-racist. We realize that we are battling two deadly viruses, COVID-19 and the virus of racism. We pledge to promote educational policies and practices that will help put an end to systemic racism. We will fight for more diversity in all aspects of the educational profession. We pledge to end the criminalization of Black and brown youth by the public school system. It is our goal to create a diverse, equitable public school system for all youth and in Michigan. And also, I was thinking about my grandchildren who are 4, 3, and 1. And they just say, Paw, the old guy. Now that gives me hope because my grandchildren, not that I'm the old guy, but they just see me as the context of the being their grandfather. Now they're white. They haven't learned the racial bias that comes in the context of seeing me as an African-American male. They see me as a person who loves them and I love them also. So that's what gives me hope. And hopefully this will be a guiding principle. It's a draft, so feel free to make any edits or comments that you want to, and I appreciate your time.
So Gigi's hand is up. Gigi, is that from your last, or did you have a new comment?
I did forget to take my hand down, but as long as I have the mic, thank you, Marcus. You are a leader. You are an inspiration to the rest of us. I, for one, stand behind this wholeheartedly, and thank you for your leadership. I will also mention that I shared with Marcus earlier in the week a document that I put together that went out on the American Library Association list, the ALA forum, my effort to curate, gather resources on, and the document is titled Ending Racism, Teaching Difficult Topics in 2020. And it generated a lot of give and take. On the ALA forum, at times I thought that they were going to cut it off because people spoke out very vocally, but the end product was that we came away with something that educators can use on the most important thing that we need to impart to our students. I'll put that link in the chat.
Yeah, thank you, Gigi. I meant to mention that because part of our program, we go 200 days out the year. So we're going to have summer school, but we're going to be using the materials that you provided, and that's going to be the basis for our summer theme, which is going to be a summer 2020, 2020, the summer of social justice. And we're going to talk about diversity and inclusiveness, and we're going to share that with our students. So thank you for that resource, Gigi. I really appreciate it.
Okay, and I'll also add, this past Sunday, the Museum of Jewish Heritage in New York had a very impactful 1.5-hour presentation, streamed live, now available on YouTube. It was titled "We Are Here." And it was basically about the Jewish community and Holocaust survivors standing up for exactly what Marcus is referencing. And Governor Cuomo spoke in that, and I replayed it so many times on YouTube. I didn't realize that can almost cause your YouTube to crash. So figured that one out, and we're good.
I did notice in the comments, there was a mention about Indigenous people. So as a suggestion, maybe some of the terminology in different areas, we may actually want to say, minority youth, just in a few areas, just to make sure we're being inclusive for other targeted groups.
That was me. And I was really just trying to say that in addition to the 45% of Black children living in poverty and the 30% of Latino children, we might also want to include a statistic about Indigenous children living in Michigan, because they are negatively affected by so much of what goes on in our systems in our school. And I just wondered if we could include them. That was me. Yeah. But I love this whole thing, Marcus.
Mm-hmm. So maybe as a note, we need to find some data regarding Indigenous youth.
Sorry, can I speak? Because I don't know if you can see our hands up.
I can't. You have to use the clap feature for me to see it. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna lower my hand up. So I think, to Kara's point really quickly, I think we, instead of saying minority, I think we should say Black, Latino, and Indigenous, because I think in instances like this, it's important to single out populations, because minority, I think people gloss over the term minority. I don't know about you, I just think it's used so much. It's like diversity. It's just a word that gets glossed over. And I personally want people to really think deeply about these specific populations. In addition, first of all, Marcus, thank you. This wasn't easy. I could hear the emotion in your voice. And it, like, you got me. So I thank you for that. I was hoping, I don't know, maybe we can include some resources, some texts, some suggestions for educators. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's within our purview. Again, we're always, questioning what our role is, right? But if we're gonna put something out like this, I would love to see some resources for, like Gigi mentioned, a resource, right? I would love to see resources for teachers K through 12, personally, because I can imagine people not knowing what authors to read, not knowing, what's out there, especially if they're in more rural districts in less diverse areas.
I think that's a good, we are educators. So we can't just have the statement. We have to have the statement and then here's what you can do.
I just want to say thank you so much, Marcus. I really appreciate this, and I appreciate all of the work that you do, and I wholeheartedly want to bring that to my district, my area, my students, and that understanding that, that Black Lives Matter. I guess that's just it. We can just leave, because I hear a bunch of other stuff, up here, and I really want to educate my students to make sure that they realize that not only do all lives matter, but especially we need to make sure that we are aware of those people who are Black, those people of color, those people who are Indigenous, and include them in this struggle. And yeah, I appreciate this. Thank you so much.
So it sounds like from the council looking in the chat that there are many people who have resources. So we could have a whole document, second page, with helpful resources and links. Was there any other further input that people would like to look at? Or I'm wondering if maybe we do the same thing that we're doing with our other document we compiled, is taking some time to digest, getting those resources together, and coming back and talking about it on Tuesday. Zainab, you do have your hand. I see it now.
Yes,
Yay.
yes, there you go.
Mhm.
So actually, I'm thinking about it. Maybe you kind of went there, Mandy, but instead of Monday or Tuesday, perhaps we can compile something robust maybe over July, like for July's meeting or for August meeting, and like put it out before the school year begins. So like this can be a proposal on its own, right? And this should be put out right now. I mean, as soon as we're done, like kind of editing it or whatever, it should be put out very soon, so timely. But then perhaps we can have a subcommittee or just do the work as a whole, compiling resources and kind of putting it out as a guide to educating, like anti-racism education. Just a thought.
I think that sounds like a really good focus, because if we're going to recommend for professional learning all of these social justice, courageous conversations, then I think we need to give them the tools to do it. Makes sense to me. Sorry, I'm just scanning to see if anyone's hand's raised. So if I'm understanding, and again, logistically, so we're meeting Monday or Tuesday at 1. Carrie, you have your hand raised?
Hand is up, yeah.
Yeah, just really quick to let you guys know, I took it on, I've been compiling anti-racist, anti-bias, social justice resources for my union. So right now it's just closed to my union members and people that work in Rochester schools. But I can talk to them about making that more available, and we may save ourselves some time. I've been working on it for a while now, and it's broken down into a lot of different categories. If my e-board is okay with me sharing it more widely, then maybe that would give us a place to start. I could make a separate copy for us, and you guys could take a look and see if it's what you're thinking. It is broken down into resources for teachers and resources to share with kids, PD, webinars, like there's a whole bunch of things in it. Might be overwhelming and you want to shorten it because it's like 6 pages long. So, but I can ask them if that's something that you would like me to do, and then I could share. I think they'll be fine with it, but I just have to ask them because we kind of voted to make it. So I should let them vote to share it. But if that's something that you'd like me to do, it might save us some time.
I think that sounds like a great idea. I mean, that's why you're a member of this council.
Okay.
We're so lucky to have you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Rather than having to create your own material, it's okay to adopt, right, and support by resolution other materials, and then shepherd them that way to the governor. So, or lightly amend.
Yeah. How long would that take to get approval, Kara?
Oh, like I can just text them. Like it's not a big deal. It's just my local, and all I have to do, we have a group chat. I just have to say, does anybody have a problem with this? And then it'll be fine. So
is that something we would look at in July then, or add as an agenda item for Monday?
I would think it makes more sense for July. Is that because, like Zainab was saying, to try to get something out before school starts? Is that right? But I'm fine either way. It'll literally take me maybe like an hour to get them to say yes or no.
Sorry to bust in. I was just thinking July only to give us time to look at it and add anything we want to add. Although I'm sure Kara's is amazing and robust and whatever, but yeah, I think July. Also, if we put it out too early, I feel like educators will feel overwhelmed and forget about it by the time August rolls around.
Tony, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, and I just wanted to echo what Zainab had said too about getting the statement out sooner so that it's timely. I think makes a lot of sense. So that's separate. And then didn't Gigi say that she also had some things that she had put together that maybe she could share those things as well in terms of resources?
Yeah. I believe it's shared in the group chat. I think Gigi sent the link. So then maybe for Monday, we can look at the professional development and this statement with any comments or questions. And then those are 2 action items we can do, and then save the resources for July. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm looking to see if there's hands up. All right, well, thank you, Marcus, for all your work. It looks like we have a lot to do independent of the council, looking at the educator advisory, this motion here, and then what we're looking at on the professional development recommendations. So I could entertain a motion to adjourn so that we have some time to look at those materials. Anyone want to make a motion?
To adjourn.
Ruth moves to adjourn. Do we have a second?
I second, Kathy.
Kathy seconds. Everybody in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Anyone abstaining? All right, it looks like we are adjourned. If I had a gavel, I'd hit it. Thank you guys. It's wonderful to see you guys. And thank you, Leah, for all your hard work.
Good job, Mandy. Thank you.
You did great, Mandy.
Thanks. I hope Greg never
Thank you,
leaves again.
Bye, everybody.
Good weekend, everyone.
Bye.
Andy, you did a great job running the meeting.
Oh, thanks. That was totally creepy. I didn't sleep last night. I was very worried.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm still trying to figure out how to turn this off.
I know, I can't either because we never use Zoom and I can't ever figure out how to get out of them.
Okay, bottom corner says leave.
Oh, I see it now.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Callie.
Okay.
Is there anything you want out of the chat in case we lose it?
I think we get a transcript.
I think we do too.
Not really sure how to encapsulate any of that for Dr. Rice. That was a lot.
All right, we are live. I am leaving.
Okay, bye-bye.